So we'll say a quick hi to YouTube. Hey YouTube, this is Twitch VOD 1 Vintage Cube. So we'll go ahead and fire this off. It's a new edition of Vintage Cube. Pretty heavy mid-range recently. It's gotten a lot different in recent years. Vintage Cube used to have a lot of different cards that you could play into. So Tinker was always like a first pack one, pick one must have. They've made it fairly combo focused. So you see cards like Sword of the Meek, and you're like, okay, well, now I know that it's Thopter Sword in here with Urza. And so the mid range and the aggression is very high. So Tinker isn't the pick it used to be. It is still very good and a fun archetype to force. I like land synergies with Fast Bond or a Borid, and shoot, the other fungus are pretty good. So Sword, Tinker, or Borid are kind of my top ones, with Mox being a good later pick. It is Vintage Cube. If we can do Tinker things, that is the most fun, which puts us into kind of a blue-white archetype. So Seachrome Croast or Sword of the Meek are what we're hoping for on the wheel. City of Traders is going to go, but Mox Diamond is kind of the next best one, in my opinion, for starting off. Thank you for the follow. If we're doing Tinker things, high density of artifacts is important. Halfling's fine. Washitong is fine. So we got zeros, ones, twos. Probably gonna lean in a little bit heavier and grab this talisman, hoping for a relic or a mastermind to wheel. Oculus is a little bit too slow in Vintage Cube unless you've got the blue green deck. The self mill options are pretty tough. So we're passing a lot of green, so we're out of green now, and we're gonna try and do mono blue splash brown with some white. So there's Thopter Foundry, sort of the Meek Wield. If we're doing Tinker things, we will likely draft into Urza if we can. Forensic Gadgeteer and Grim Monolith is close to the combo. So right now I'm looking at these three. Land is fine, but I think Monolith is where we want to be. And then we will give up on Thopter Foundry Sword, or we can grab this and hope it wheels. Three people know it won't. So this is a fun combo, and it is on the more powerful end. Forensic Gadgeteer and Grim Monolith are what we're hoping to see. This will go. So we're hoping for a Monolith on the wheel. Talisman seems great. It's both our colors. If it's not both our colors, it splashes for Foundry. Walking Ballista is not bad. Glitter Lens is interesting, but Manifold Key is where we want if we're doing hard artifact synergies. Okay, Endstone is a fine Tinker target. This means that our win conditions now have extended into Thoracle and Jace. Looking at this pack, some of the cards that stand out as being kind of late are Sun's Glory is a ridiculous card. If you see any Vintage Cube card with a Commander symbol, it was originally printed in Commander, was designed for Commander. It's really good because it is use fast mana to put overpowered, undercosted threat into play. And then Underworld Breach being the other one that seems kind of late. So if we are white, not black, then Reprieve is better than Night's Whisper. If we are neither, then having a Mind Stone for cycling is good. Phantasmal Image is too risky in a deck that has 0 other creatures. I think I take the Reprieve over the Mind Stone. There's too many things in blue-white, Teferi being the best, that put me into this. space stations, your degenerate being the lands. So we're doing artifact things. So Karn is good. Pentad Prism is the other one. This is just too strong a payoff. And we did get Sword of the Meek on the wheel. So we do have a Thopter Sword. So space stations having the activate only as a sorcery to station things, turning on the cradles and the copies is kind of tough. There's a couple of things that leave things around until end of play, but so I think that stations work well in a flicker style deck. Veggie had just spoiled. I don't know, if spoiled. It might have been an older card that he is brushing up on, but it's the Mass Blink card. So if you see things, tap, blink. So space stations work well with warp and blink. So if you've got flicker wisps and teleportation circles and airbending ascensions, like that allows you to tap a creature but still leave a little bit of vigilance in on it. Hey, Christmas! See, I don't know that you know I used to lurk in your channel all the time. So the turntables have turned. I appreciate you tuning in. So we'll grab a Parallax Wave. So Sword of the Meek, Thopter Foundry is for every 1 mana we sacrifice Sword of the Meek, get a Thopter, it brings back Sword of the Meek. And so it's 1 life, 1 creature per activation. So we can go infinite with a Urza, and we've got quite a bit of mana right now. And then Parallax Wave is a tempo play, so we can exile creatures at instant speed up to 5 times, and it's a quite powerful effect. So right now our deck is okay. We just want a little bit of mana and a little bit of filtration. Karn making the constructs is great. They will be quite sizable, and then Manifold Key can sneak them in. Ideally, this is for... Do we want to splash red? I think that the Skyclave Apparition is a better card, but the spec on red is pretty good. There's a lot of things in Jeskai that'll work, and we saw red being pretty open earlier. Interesting. We have no other creatures for Glimmer that exist. It is an artifact, which counts. I think the Talon Gates works too well. Interesting. This being second to last pick is insane. Boros is a very powerful archetype, and this is a very good card. I don't know that we'll get to play it, but that is surprising to me. This is a pretty weak pack for us. Lava Spur Boots is great. It plays very well with Urza Saga, which is something we want to do. Consult the Star Charts is probably the pick here. But with Tinker and having a couple of low-cost things, this is pretty good. Sorry about that. I got stuck in a card preview. So the other one is Arid Mesa. If we are doing some sort of Jeskai thing, then is Tarfire better? But right now I'm okay loading up on artifacts. There is a Tolarian Academy in the cube. That would be great with our Thopter Sword. But our plan centralizes around stabilizing and going long. So if our opponents get too much of the power and too much fast mana with too many of the undercosted, more recent threats, Lion Sash isn't bad. Mox Opal goes in our deck so well. That's exactly what we want. It means we lose out on Jace, and Rafine's Tower is our wheel land. That would be nice. Oko's insane. We're just not in those colors. Okay, so second mana sink, but we need more mana, or blue interaction. Mystic Confluence is a great card if the game stalls, but we do need to catch up a little bit. So I think Retrofit or Foundry is better right now, but anytime we see anything that is a mana rock, it is now a must have. So there are things like if you do a ETB ability like we'll say Dreadnought, it's big, it sacks, it can't crew, but it can turn on vehicles. So if you've got something that is, I think it's got to be Nettle Cyst. So we're going into the Construct version and keeping everybody else out of our lane. So I think if you've got a space station, having something that, what is it, Rescue Skiff and Sarima are the two that I've played the most of, as well as the lands. So if you've got a creature comes back and then is bounced and replayed, so if you play that in conjunction with, hey, Saretha, with some of the others, then it'll work out quite nicely. This card used to be amazing. Cathar Commando might be better right now. Occult isn't bad either for the loot, um, but it's got the ability to turn a game around, destroy threat, get threat. But most of the threats it's stealing are no longer the same size. Staff is really good. Thunder Trap Trainer's good. Skydiver's great. Probe's fine. We have so little else. I would take any of these five. So staff triggers sword if we have already gotten rid of it. So I think that's the only reason to shift that. Uh, Here's Quantum Riddler. Nothing else really fits in our deck. Paradoxical Outcome isn't bad. We don't have the mana for it. And that's going to be our big competition. We did spec on Thopter over more mana, which is unfortunate. But Portable Hole and Leyline Binding are the other two. Portable Hole is really nice. I think because we don't have the mana, we have to take the hole here and try and stay alive. If this was in pod, I'm taking a Johnny because the card's annoying. For the last year and a half, anytime that card was legal, it saw play, and it's just terrible. Eagles of the North, if we had any duels, is probably a better pick. I'll take a counterspell. Artifact. Hello, Lumberjack. Was it you? Was it me? Hey, zombie token. Um, I'll take the Paragon. I don't know that we're playing it, but it is a lot of fun. It plays better than Loris in our deck. Okay, Epiphany Wheel. This is good. So we just want mana now. We'll take a Mana Crypt, a Mana Vault. We didn't wheel the Gadgeteer, so somebody else is looking for Basalt Monolith better. But right now, our deck plays really well into a Zerta companion. Okay, I'll take Trainer over Squadron. So this is playable, but not good. Time Walk is great, Capaneer is great, Citadel is good, but not perfect for us. Colossus is also perfect for just us. This is unfortunate. Because I would take 5 cards, 6 cards out of this pack. It has to be Time Walk, but hopefully that means that we'll get a Cannoneer or a Colossus on the rebound. Hey, Cosmic. We're doing some blue-white artifact stuff. We've got a Sword of the Meek Thopter Foundry combo, and our goal is to stabilize until our opponent loses hope. Now, this pack I want none of, so a little bit of variance there. Oh yeah, same art. Yeah, Vintage Cube is a really good time. Ooh. Yes, we haven't seen any counter spells. I love Cradle. Cradle's a tough one to pick up in pack 3, though. So you either have to build into that, because we've got one creature that we're running in this full deck. Counterspells decks are still seeing play. I think we're taking Cruel Captain here, hoping for engine or stock up on the wheel. We have almost no removal. Path is tempting. So I think we need the wins just for removal. Passing the Metamorph is tough, but fine. So Get Lost is probably a more reserved pick if we are that control-y, but we don't have a way to win the game with the exception of a couple of constructs, and Jace plus Endstone gives it to us. Interesting. So Brain Freeze going around, if we are in draft or in a pod, I take Brain Freeze. Coveted Jewel is interesting. It's a little bit risky, but it is second target plus everything we want. So we're going to take this over Brain Freeze. Voice of Victory, we don't care that much. But we have passed. So it's got to be the Cannoneer over the Citadel. Yeah. So our deck didn't really come together very well. So I think passing the Grim Monolith and taking the Thopter Sword over it, we got paid out in the combo, but got punished by having 0 real mana. It depends. Um, so I've been thinking a lot about interaction and when it matters. There was a primer I wrote 6, 7 years ago about lands, the Legacy deck. And there are people who don't know much about Legacy, and the assumption is that, oh, Legacy, I'll take it, is a turn 1 format. And it's not. Um, Standard used to be turn 7, modern, they said nothing faster than turn 4. And now that's not the case. You've got a bunch of decks that are trying to win in on turn 2 in modern. Standard is mostly turn 3. Um, Vintage has slowed down because the interaction is there. So the free interaction is important at the more eternal levels of play, but Force of Will pitching a card is 2 cardboards for 1, and the threat density is insane. So if you look at a deck like Mystic Forge combo, which only runs 1 Mystic Forge, it's the One Ring mono brown. It's pretty tough because you either have to stifle their mana or all of their threats. And with 4 Tezzerats, 4 rings, Mystic Forge, Karns, like you don't have that many forces, and so the Consigned to Memories are a main deckable card in order to keep up with some of the power level of how things exist. Appreciate the luck, Cosmic. We'll need it. This deck is surprisingly mid. I've got a couple of cuts we need to make. So Tezzeret is slightly different than Urza Saga. The search your library for 1 with CMC 1 or less doesn't say 0 or 1. So this does tutor up our portable hole. So we're good kind of staying in there. Tinker's got enough to get, plus a little bit of high end. More importantly, it's the other half of our combo, should we get there. So we've got 4-ish cuts. I think Fractured Identity is too slow against most of ours. It's a colorless card picking up a colored artifact to cast off a source is very important, especially when you're playing in up against null rods. So it's yeah, it's not the most powerful thing to be doing, but if it unlocks the rest of your deck, it is super worth. So that's 27. We'll count this as a half, run 41. I'm not reading that out loud, but yes, a portable hole is very great at everything it does. So we're never kicking Thundertrap Trainer. And our white is pretty meh. All right. All right. So for those of us joining in on YouTube who haven't seen a draft in Cube, you only get 3 matches, and so it's best 2 out of 3. We need to win 66% in order to break even. Hopefully, we can get there. This is a pile that didn't pan out, but it does some fun things. Unfortunately, the Mox Opal counts as half a land. So if we are sitting in at 16 lands plus a half, having the 41 with 3 additional sources of ramp, plus it's good luck. I think if we were going to critically look at it, I think the Genesis engine does go, but if we don't have enough things to do without Tinker, that is tough. The Bolus's Citadel, Kappa Cannoneer, I mean that pack just had too many cards to keep. This is unfortunate. It's really annoying to have something called Vintage Cubed and then just play Modern. If you want to do this, go play Modern. This sucks because now we can't even kill the Pride, and we are quite a few turns away. So we've lost game one. Our opponent was on the play with a 1-2 Modern curve out. The best thing you can do in Modern is what they did in Vintage Cube. So our mid deck isn't quite going to make it. So we get to do something cute here with the sword occult, but So we can eat here or here. I think we have to kill the cat and save some damage. They held up mana for... They could have saved their stuff and elected not to, so this is a bad sign. So we'll add some removal, cut some counter spells. Their deck is blazing fast. It is the Boros deck that we were talking about. The reason that that card we were hovering, the Ohai, is so powerful is that the entirety of this looks awful. Sure. The entirety of Boros energy is in this cube. So if you are trying to do that, it is very easy to do. So Figure of Destiny is a great card. We'll lose 2 here, but we'll get to draw a card and then sack it to Tinker. Our goal is to get up to 6 for Wings of Abandon. So we'll reprieve about anything here, and if they don't have anything, then we get to draw. That is quite frustrating. We wanted to leave Endstone in the deck. So they played Parallax Wave. They're going to use their whole next turn to get rid of it. So worse things have happened. Hey, red shirt. Always. You guys just get to see it. So making constructs into a parallax wave, I think, is the weakest thing we can do. So a lot of times I do not have headphones. I do not hear the music. Today I do have headphones. I can hear the music. So if you've got song requests, you can drop them in chat. It might be a little bit slow, but if you call for it, I can do that. I too have a parallax wave. So this allows us to get our kappa back when we want it. Endstone will start being good here shortly. So Coveted Jewel is a dangerous card to have in play. If they've got a haste creature that gets through, it has to be destroyed before it blocks, or it has to be chumped by a Genesis engine. But draw 3 feels pretty good. So now everything comes back. And we will mass to exile. And we've got Epiphany here, plus Endstone. So we are very close to milling ourselves out, down to 16 already. I'm okay with this. We'll chump at worst, trade at best. There's our Thopter Foundry. Forgot to activate that. Oops. Hey, Tuscan. Okay. That would have been bad. We were playing to that as an out. Ooh. Tuscan, 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. If you are in chat and were not previously subbed and were just gifted one, make sure to spread some thanks. Appreciate the subs, my friend. We'll keep. We're not excited about it, but portable hole into Foundry is fine. Please don't have the nut draw like they did game one. Oh, Tuscan taking the lead away from Cecil too. Top of the board. Excellent. Getting out with a Retrofitter Foundry is going to save us a whole lot. Second Plains is great. All right. So we'll get there with Foundry into Cannoneer. So they get a rando here and a card. So they need an answer for Cannoneer, which is tough with Ward and Boros. Okay. So I think I play Sword, get in with Cannoneer, don't equip, reprieve whatever they cast, and sack one of these as a chump blocker. That feels right. Okay. So this allows me to get in with Cannoneer. And then we're going to try and use this as Time Walk. Sacrifice one of these to make a 1/1 that flies and absorbs some damage while reprieving and drawing. So they won't trade with anything, so absorbing the most damage makes sense. So they have to spend their turn running back the Abrade because this is lethal on board and we can absorb enough of this. Interesting. Yep. Well, that's unfortunate. So, as it turns out, Boros, most powerful deck in Modern, plus Boros commander cards, very good. I think if your goal is to trophy Vintage Cube, that's the deck you should be drafting 90% of the time. Blue cards used to be unstoppable. If you got a Force, if you got a Time Walk, if you got Ancestral, you were winning. Now you need to put in Atraxa Archon like you did in Legacy, or you need to go off like you do in Modern, and it's not a cube in the way it used to be. You used to be excited getting Wall of Roots into a Rampaging Baloths. Like, that was good. And now, those cards, neither of them make the cut. And that's, you know, evolution of Magic, but we don't let those hurt us. Um, sure. Let's ship that. That's better. All right. So now we're playing for. We got to go 2-0 to get even money. Yes, yes, red shirt. That is specifically Vintage Cube. Ever since they printed Boros cards that are cheaper than they should have been for 4 or 5 years in a row, it is definitely tough. So this monument's cute. So missing land drop into them getting faithless looting that is an ancestral is super rough. Yeah, that combo there, Angie's Ravager into Monument is insane. So they'll get to discard 3 cards, make a treasure, draw a card, drain us for 3, and then draw 3 cards. Yeah, opponent's deck is going off pretty well. So Redshirt, we can do that, but it means that after we draft, there's a 10-minute waiting period before our match starts, and then in between we have to wait for every match to go. So normally it leads into a 50-minute blend. So we wind up playing a half-hour draft, 10-minute break, 45-minute match, and if our match is the first one done, it makes for bad content, which is the reason that I didn't do that. But I really wish we could, because then I know what's floating around. You can hate draft a little bit better, and you don't get stuck. I played somebody who had 3 Moxen plus Mana Crypt, and it was insane. And I'm just sitting here like, you hope to get one of those a draft. You don't get 4 of them in one. Magic Online is pretty good. Getting to play this in paper is awesome. I don't know where you're at or what your play group's like. The first weekend I met Veggie, we were over at PAX West, and he said, "Hey, I need one more for paper vintage cube," and I assumed somebody had like printed or proxied or something, and it was Aqua One, who is like pretty well known in the cube community for um, having building playing, and so it wasn't vintage cube at that time. It was a little bit spicier, but just fantastic. Made me very happy. But awesome that you get to play it in paper. Arena's great. Arena is the game I play when I'm waiting for other games to load. So, if I'm sitting in queue for 2 to 4 minutes, I'm like, oh, that's enough for a best of one. And that's kind of how I, push or trial things. But being as draft on Arena is essentially free because you either hit the margin or your dailies as a person who doesn't draft all the time works. Um, it's kind of great. So I will mostly draft on Arena just because it's free. And then if I ever guest here, then I don't look like an idiot when I draft. So this is a much slower start. We could have played against this last game. Yeah, Breach, I think that seeing Monument and going for it and getting this, blue red loot. So I'm okay taking the 3 here. That would be so sweet. I had an LGS when I lived in Texas. And when I moved to Washington, it was kind of devastating because it was right before COVID. So it existed, but we couldn't do events for a year and a half. And then we started doing events, but you had to be masked. And so nobody was coming. And it was really hard to get back in. And then I moved around. So now I'm like just north of Portland. And I don't have that same LGS vibe. A little jealous and really happy that you've got it though. So I'd like them to pop this spell bomb before I start making construct tokens. That's really nice for them. So I left Texas so long ago. When I was there, they used to do a standard twice a week and modern once a week. And some people were playing Commander. And the store owner and I were pretty close, pretty friendly. Um, Great guy. If you're ever in Texas, go to the Lion's Den in Viter. Um, it is the Lion's Den comic book store. There is another Lion's Den you do not want to go to, but they just best kind of people. And he called me Schultz. He says, Schultz, you got to play Commander like a real man. He says, none of that sissy modern stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? Modern's a real format. Commander is what you do for fun. And, the amount of egg on my face, we could make omelets for Neopets. Like, oh my God, just did not have faith in Commander as a format, which, yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, so I was just out of college and going to Cyan's not doing anything for us. And so I had no friends. I had moved 1,700 miles away from home, and that's what I did. I went to work, I left work, went to the card store, stayed there until they closed at midnight, and went home. And I would do that Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then, so it was a really great time to be a Schultz. But I had no other responsibilities, which was pretty nice. It really was. So I went there the first time and I registered a deck that intended to win in uh, pre-ban or pre-cruise ban modern. So it was just like blue red delver to the extreme, and my goal was to cast progenitor mimic. And then have it live for 4 turns while it copied biovisionaries. It did not go well, and so I went from understanding what modern legal was to what competitive modern looked like, and became a very sweaty player. So I get to do this kind of thing for fun. Actually, I get to do this for fun, which, talking about a good time to be a Schultz. Yeah, Monument Bazaar is pretty good. Mako's great. See, when I hear elves, slivers, and goblins, it makes me think Pauper now, and that's a good time. Slivers pre-MH2 are awesome. Excuse me one moment. Sorry about that. Everyone says I'm not that bright, but I can't let that stand. I think we keep and hope that they are slow this time and don't lead on a perfect curve out like they did game one. Because Scarecrows into Fractured buys us a lot of time. We did get rid of Karn and assume that we will win with Mill like Jace, so hopefully that stands. Dreamlord, what'd you go with for Pauper? So why Grixis over just red-black? I don't know everything perfect. That's bad. Okay, the elemental blasts are fantastic. So I think we're going to try and do something fun here just to get something cute in before we lose. Um, our goal is to play Island, and then we're going to put the Talon Gates into play, and then sacrifice the staff to the Thopter. We'll gain a life, we'll phase something out, and we'll chump for a turn. And oh man, they've even got a squeeze. That's good for them. And then that will hopefully buy us some time to, Nettle Cyst, suit up, get lost over the next two turns. All right, I don't like our position. Monument kills us in two turns with Bazaar, and we have three threats that all need to be answered. Malcolm starts making everything free that they discard. They're drawing a couple of cards with Squee. Because like Monument plus Shurkai is good. I don't think we have that time. So Nettle Cyst is a double blocker. We can kill here, take three, and then the following turn get rid of Monument. We'll get a token, so we can't sacrifice it to Thopter Foundry. The other one is how lucky are we feeling? Do we think we can hit a Sword of the Meek off a Jace Mill? Because we can't play Chump Blocker, kill. I think we are in a bad spot. So the line I'm settling on is jump this, kill that, drain down to 3, sack this to make a token, and kill the Malcolm. Because then we're going to take 2, 3, 4, 6. So we need them to also whiff here on that. It's a tall order. I needed to wait on that. I didn't want them to draw this card and have this be the spell that they already have. Great. Bummer. I know our deck isn't very good, but would we have gotten there on... So we would have jaced into Time Walk, not had the mana for it. So we didn't have an out there, but not a good showing for a first stream. So I think if we had a second Tinker target, our deck would be a little bit better. If we had another kind of high-end payoff, if we had some more mana, if we got an Urza. So our, one pack we saw and had to pass 2 things we would have wanted. But other than that, there were like 8 or 9 other payoffs that would have made this deck quite a bit better. So any of the high-end mana rocks, Urza specifically, Narset would have been good. So I think that we wound up being in the same lane as somebody who must have been close to us. But I don't know how close, because we passed the Grim Monolith in 2. So if they were in, that was in pack 2. So I don't know. But we'll finish this one, and then we'll fire another one quick, so that way we get a little bit of redemption. Because now we're playing for pity points. All right. We did get the draw all 3 games, so it's max complaint equity if nothing else. So Richard, I'm not sure what your thoughts are for like a vintage cube type thing, but I think they made vintage cube more accessible by having archetypes and plays that you can do in other formats. So if you wanted to draft the VV Cauldron deck, that's in here. If you wanted to draft the Boros Energy deck, that's in here. If you wanted to draft the... and so they took decks and they built decks in here, and that's not... I don't want to say fun, but if I wanted to play those decks, I'd play those formats. We'll hold up Reprieve, because next turn, if we don't Reprieve this turn, we can Talisman Reprieve. And hopefully that gives us a little bit of breathing room for Karn. But I'm not, this edition of Vintage Cube is not... They didn't knock this one out of the park, that's for sure. So we got to play Reprieve, and our opponent got to play an Emrakul, which feels like how this draft has gone. But my favorite thing in Vintage Cube used to be Academy Ruins plus Mindslaver. It's like, hey, that's great. They don't let you do that anymore. Used to be able to do it two different ways of build up or with mono red, the old, red black Duretti Goblin Welder stuff. Like that was fun. That was something that you can't do other places. That isn't, cards you drafted 6 months ago. So this is when it really hurts not getting to play in your cube. So I was holding that thinking I might discard it, but now we turn it on next turn no matter what. But for every one guy like this who gets Channel Vault, Emrakul, like there has to be people that, drafted nothing but 7-drops, and it just never feels like when you play outside a cube, those aren't the people you run into. So we'll make one construct, and then we're toast. I suppose I chump, make second construct with Surkey next turn. It feels bad complaining when I'm going to cast a Time Walk, but my opponent definitely played 6 pack 1, pick 1 cards, and that just feels bad. Because I've got Time Walk, Tinker, but I didn't find the payoffs to go with them, so it's just kind of a meh. I hope that they had to Imperial Seal for a forest. We're both missing land drops, but at least this way I get rid of the Occult and have Parallax Wave for next turn.
we winning? Sorry.
Hello.
I didn't mean to jump scare you.
That's right. I'm a very jumpy person, and with the headphones on, I did not hear you.
I'm very sneaky. I just come in to see how it was going.
We're getting trounced.
Hi, chat. Is Schultz taking care of you?
We talked about this.
Do you need anything to drink?
I am set for now. Thank you, though. That'll happen 100% of the time, no matter who comes in. These are my very nice headphones I got for Christmas last year, and I can't hear anything inside, so I think I'm talking louder than I normally do, because it sounds the same to me. Man, they for sure have it. Hey, remember when we had a Kappa Cannoneer in our deck? So we just need this not to be Channel Emrakul. But I have low faith. You know why this is okay? Because Parallax Wave is not a colored spell. That means on my turn they get back Shieldred, Bowmaster's Emrakul, but we need an artifact. So in response to this fading trigger, we have to turn off all yields. We have to loot to hit any artifact to make Kappa unblockable. Well, we got a game in there, but At least we got to do something cute in a couple of games. So we have an incredibly slow deck that draws a bunch of cards, and our opponent has a mono black hate deck splash Emrakul channel. So this is going to go terribly. But I mean, the last two opponents crushed us too, so maybe we drafted a bad deck. I know it's not top tier, but goodness, any deck with Time Walk in it ought to win a couple of games. Sounds good, Richard. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being active in chat. It's a lot more fun to lose when I've got 50 people watching me and commiserating with me. So we'll try and do something fun. I know we could do stip drafts. We tried to force a Tinker thing, and we didn't get paid out for it, but we'll continue pushing. Cosmic, I love Elf Ball. There was an episode a while back, um, an Elf Ball deck. I think Nerd Girl was the pilot. I say I think. Nerd Girl was the pilot, and I very cleverly called it Elf-ish. And it had a bunch of the classic Elf synergies as well as a little bit of the old combo elves. So the um, natural order plus the glimpse of nature. Uh, no, it was Herald, the 3 drop, and the sub theme for it was druids. So I prioritized elves that had been eroded or were also druids. If we play Jace, it just dies. So I think we um, Epiphany here. And so the goal was to elf ball spectacularly and the commander just being a 3-drop impulse kind of allowed that to go forward. If you've got access to a Gaia's Cradle, most of the other stuff in that deck is not terribly expensive. There's two new additions since I built that deck. One card out of Midnight Hunt, that's like a Zuri type that allows you to also future sight elves. I'm not coming up with the name. I'm bad with names. I can tell you what the card does, but it's the 3-drop, tap, show and tell, or tap, make it indestructible. And that is kind of a must have for something so elf ballish. And then the other one is the Simi Green Sun Zenith out of, we're just going to Epiphany here, out of Dragons that you can harmonize back. So it's kind of fun to get that little splash. But yeah, I would highly recommend it. It does die to board wipes, so having something that allows it to either live or come back from board wipes is pretty important. Whether it's being able to cast your stuff from graveyards, I threw in a Yogwill, not which I know is like a game changer level card, but it allows me to rebuild after getting destroyed. Anytime. I build a lot of decks. When I started building, I've got about 22 decks. I don't know why I put qualifiers in there. I currently have 22 decks put together, and when I built them, I was building for a pod, trying to bring something new in to each one. So the deck that I have that I call Elfish because it's druids, but with a lot of elf synergies. Was trying to focus in on creatures because I do not creatures well. So Winds is great here. Unfortunately, they get it. But if I didn't, then they take the occult and we just forfeited a turn. Ugh, gross. Yeah, we lost this one too. That's a bummer. So 03 starting out, not great. Deck was pretty meh and did not pay out. So let's see if we can view your previous deck. So we saw Tezzeret Cruel Captain exactly 0 times. I'm going to say it was about 2 years ago. It's werewolves and elves and merfolk and bears. So lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. So werewolves and merfolk and bears. Oh my might be the title of it, and it's going to be from I don't know spring 23, but it definitely has oh my in it. But we saw Tinker exactly 1 time. We got Thopter Sword online 1 time. Like our deck wasn't great, and we also drew poorly with it. So I'm not terribly offended with that finish, but I do owe you guys a real draft. So let's get back in queue. Thanks for hanging out, Cosmic. And we got 3. So we got a little bit of time. So let's see if it's got the full card list. So I just fixed my key bindings because this is not my home computer, and that is quite nice. And so now we've got this, and then card list. So change list is the new cards that they added for this edition of Vintage Cube. So they do try and spice it up and keep things relatively constant. So they're always adding in new cards. If you don't, it gets too stale. I understand that you want to add some new cards, but it's a little tough. Ooh, and we started. So we'll look at the card list in a minute. But this is what we've got for draft. Mox Pearl is the best. Ragavan is insane for Boros. So if we pass Ragavan, people will be pushed into a lane we'd like to be in. But we're not passing a Moxen. So let's see who we've got. So we'll put one in. Okay. So we'll be putting one of our opponents in to Boros while trying to get there as well. Oust is not the best card. Stock Up is decent. Survival is good, but we're never passing Mox here. If we're doing Mox things, what is the best way to do it? Getting some of the ephemerate value in. More of a blue-white thing. But if we've got black land sack, white creature, you really want that for sideboard. We're not terribly excited about too much. If we are ephemerating, which I would expect to wheel, Fury is the next best card, and then that, pulls some of the Boros away. So we'll take Fury here. Overlord is probably my next pick, followed by Lutri, and we'll see what we see coming out of future packs. I don't want to run mono brown / blue again. We're not seeing good stuff, and Grim Monolith Lion's Eye Diamond are interesting. Coveted Jewel plays better into a blue deck, but if we're splash white, we might be able to do some fun things with that. So Coveted Jewel plus Cat is combo in here, and that would be blue white. We can try and do storm things with Lion's Eye Diamond. I don't want to pass double monolith. Neither of these two should wheel. Sometimes Coveted Jewel does. For content, I think Lion's Eye Diamond is the best. For Boros, Legion Extruder is fine. But let's see what a Lion's Eye Diamond does for us. Okay. So channel does gross things. This is red. But if we're doing Lion's Eye Diamond, going Narset for a wheels synergy is kind of nice. There's nothing else in this pack I'm super excited about, so Narset Force is where my brain likes. Okay. So Dak is good. It plays well with looting and Narset. Oko is insane, and Displacer Kitten is there for our bounce. So if we're trying to do gross things, Displacer Kitten is the grossest thing we can do. Dak is probably next, then Oko. So we'll take Kitten, and now we're trying to do combo wombo things. So if we're trying to do combo things, we'll take a Preordain. Okay. A little bit of looting never hurt. Endstone is fine if we're trying to do artifact stuff. Fairy Mastermind is just a great mid card all the way around. So I'm on Malcolm or Fairy. We'll take Fairy just because it's a great card in Cube. It looks like we are not red, but depending on what we see, we can change. Right now we're setting up for wheels and blink. So we need card advantage and card selection. It'd be nice if Dak does come back around. I just realized I'm not looking at you and tried to fix it and made it worse. We have learned that lesson and will not repeat said mistake. Okay. Brainstorm's not bad. Not the fixing we need. A little bit of card disruption is meh. But I think Brainstorm's where I want to be. So I wouldn't mind some green and I wouldn't mind some black. So blue-black land means that we're passing on the Blood Chiefs, but building into a Sheoldred wheels. So Sheoldred and wheels plus Leovold are our additionals. So we definitely want black. And if we definitely want black, Urborg is there. Ledger Shredder's decent. Okay. Blue is fun. Tidebinder has a lot of synergy. It is another flash threat. A 2 mana cycle, though, feels better for a Displacer Kitten and isn't a creature. So we'll go this way. We'll take a Shinobi, but I don't think we're playing it. Shelldock is probably better than Emperor in this deck. Emperor is a very good card. It going this late means that we should get a lot of black cards coming in later. But I am glad we did not try and force Boros. The Mox saving us from Ragavan there means that we did not screw up and fall into a trap. It looks like everybody's trying to go Boros. If we go Sultai, that is fine. And Endstone going late means nobody's in heavy artifacts like we were last game. So we can't pass up a Tameo. Lose Focus, Basalt Monolith are other things that we care about, but Tameo is just the best card that's been printed in a long time. The fact that we already have Brainstorm, Preordained, Cycle, this is good. So the best thing for Displacer Kitten to blink is the Coveted Jewel, which we already did pass. So we'll have to figure out what to hit. The white splash being for Teferi would be great because that does go infinite on mana if we have a way to sink that mana into something. So I'll probably be prioritizing Walking Ballistas, Expels, etc. Force is exactly what we need. Flame isn't bad. Tundra and Consider also pretty good. But we are pretty heavy blue with a little bit of card selection and not much interaction. So very grateful for a force. Tameo, interesting. Likely will not wheel, but on the Sultai side helps with collecting up some of our combo options. So cards we're looking for are Thoracle and Jace, as well as Teferi, maybe a little bit of white removal. So the loop there is Jace bounces Mox Burrow plays, taps for mana, and then blinks. Time Warp will not wheel, but we are in the Time Twister deck. Vivi, also a very good card. We could be red, but we are on Narset, so we have to take Time Twister. And then hopefully Time Warp or Vivi will wheel. If not, Passage is probably our next best bet. Okay. So Portal is a tinker target that we would have loved to have had last game. Lion's Eye Diamond means that Breach is turned on. Oculus is fine. So we're looking at a couple. We've seen a bunch of red going around. If we get a Lion's Eye Diamond Underworld Breach type deal, like that is the powerful thing we get to do. So we'll take Breach here. I don't know that we get to play it, but it's still, mid pack 2. And if we get something in one of the upcoming packs, like a Brain Freeze, then we turn our deck into a combo deck. But there's no chance that somebody's going to pass Breach and Brain Freeze to us in consecutive packs. So the Lion's Eye Diamond spec in pack 1 is really paid off. We are now certainly red, and that feels great. J Strix, fine cards, but now our deck has a purpose. So Angswift's Savior is curious because if we get to blink that as our target, um, Displacer Kitten has something fun to do, but there's the Walking Ballista I had just mentioned. And if we're going for a Jeskai target, Elegant Parlor might be better. So I'm going to take the Walking Ballista and then see what comes on the wheel. Aang isn't the best, but definitely in a color that we'd like to be. Since we are red, or at least splash red, the iteration is great. I don't see anything else I'm crazy excited about. And there's a Thoracle. So we are either milling them or milling ourselves playing Thoracle. Okay, this draft has gone a little bit better. So Monolith or Colonnade is the pick here. A Discharge is fine, but our goal is to go above. So I'm going to take this with Walking Ballista to give us potential combo with Zerda or Forensic Gadgeteer. Flame of Anor is great. It slots in. It looks like we are not green, so that Tamio is a little bit rough. We're a Grixis deck now, likely not black either. Still might play this as a half on color. VV Wheeling is great. Hey, Redshirt, welcome back. Yes, this deck has come together quite a bit better than the last one. Otawara is really good, and Portal is as well. We've got high stuff with Endstone. On the off chance we get a Tinker, we'll take the Portal over Otawara. Hey, Jayfrey, welcome to chat. Yeah, perfect. So we have a whole pack to fill out. Mana base is where we need to spend the most of our picks. Boy. Um, so the face is we want Echo. Um, Echo Lion's Eye Diamond is great, but we're not passing an Ancestral. So Ancestral it is, and then hoping to get an Echo on the wheel. Guitarra also fine. Broadside is an excellent card. Whoever took our... You're all right, Red Shirt. I like that. So we're definitely taking Ancestral here. We're trying to do a specific thing, but we need the mana to do that specific thing. So I think I take Landscape here over Ponder. But Washi Tong is also an exciting thing to do. But I don't know that we can afford to pass on too much more mana. Mana Drain looks great. There's second wheel, so now our deck does the wheel thing quite well. Memory Lapse is decent. I think I like Memory Lapse better than Flame Slash. We've got very little interaction, but we are on the powerful side. They'll have to keep up with us. Spell Pierce isn't as good, and the stuff we want to interact with is going to be mana leaked. Party Thrasher also pretty good, unless we exile something that we needed. So it looks like Displacer Kitten didn't pan out. Elves is no good. We're not black. We're not splashing white. I don't think Basalt Monolith goes in a deck without. So Portal, Endstone, Ballista, all not spectacular. On color Signet over Fabled Passage, sure. I guess it's a talisman, not a signet. The other one is that Spellseeker does get us the brain freeze. I think I'm good with Signet. Portal, Ballista, Endstone can all go. Foundry, not great. So we've got, room for 3. Some of these might come back in, but this looks okay. But Ancestral plus Brain Freeze gives us the ability to Brain Freeze our opponent with Emrakul trigger on the stack. Interesting. So Frantic Surge goes better with Breach. Profs is nice, but we don't have creatures that need it. I prefer Signets. It's not the life loss, it's the build into 2 mana for 1 mana into a Signet is less powerful. But so the play pattern of onto Talisman fixing your. Okay, I guess let's qualify. Talisman and Signets, similar 2 mana artifact. We have so little red. I think the draw and mana fixing on this is great. So sure. So if we're looking at signets and talismans, talisman says, okay, you get whatever. Okay, Redshirt's got it. If you look at talisman, it taps for the colored source independently the turn it comes down, and that's the payoff. So if you wanted to cast a 4-drop on 3, you can play a talisman or a signet. But if you're playing with 1-drops that are color pipped important, then the talisman is better for those decks. So if I'm building it into my EDH deck, a regular commander, I think a talisman is better because it gives that pip ahead of time. And so that's, more for high 3s, low 4s, and 5s. Like those decks want talismans because the colorless mana is a little bit more plentiful with soul rings and mana vaults. So I think that in cube, I like seeing the signets more because it's, I don't want to say worse, but it's a better play experience for me instead of having your, island talisman of conviction into Ocelot's Pride. Like that feels worse. I think that it is better in the deck, but not what I'd like to do. Couple of cuts. Sahili is fine to go. So Redshirt, you're a cube designer, big cube fan. As 15 land, including Mox. So you'd run 40 at 15 with Mox Pearl. All right. Now, if we run into mana problems, we can point the finger away. So if we had Echo instead of Time Spiral, I think that I'm okay running fewer lands. Having Time Spiral, I want 6 when I cast it because I am greedy. But really, we've got turn 1 Ancestral, turn 2 Breach, Crackle, Lion's Eye Diamond, Sacrifice, Brain Freeze, win the game. So we do have outs, and we've got a bunch of control. So Leak, Lapse, Drain, Force, like we should be able to buy a couple of turns. So let's see if this one runs better. We'll go ahead and jump into Q. Thank you guys for sticking it out with me after that first awful draft. This should do better. I suppose with Talisman and Vivi, there's additional mana sources, and Walking Ballista plus a Vivi is enough to cross a finish line that we can't get to, or if we lose the ability to Underworld Breach. So welcome, target player. I don't know how long you've been hanging out, but I appreciate you being here in chat and helping me fix what I could not operate correctly last time. I am glad that they put the original good art Moxen in. Like, that's so nice. Okay. This is mana, this is interaction. We'll keep because we're on the play, obviously. We didn't get screwed again and get a 4th draft on the draw. This deck is good. If this deck doesn't at least 2-1, I'm going to be a little upset. Because that means something went wrong. But Jace into discard Archon, reanimate here is what I'm expecting because, okay, just discarding the looting, that's okay. So hopefully that appeared as if we were looking for land and they get a little adventurous. But we've got memory lapse. If that doesn't work, then we ferry. I might get greedy and flash in ferry in response to the Jace, which it'd be embarrassing if we went shields down on lapse, but that's okay. So I think I hold up lapse and then flame in case they've got something end step. Yuta would have been real good there. Are we bowmastering here? What are we doing? So we're screaming, I have counterspell, but I don't care because I've got two. So hopefully this is a sack play that we can mana leak. Ba-da-da-ba. Every time I hear this song, I think of How I Met Your Mother, and that show early on was so good. And that's not specific because every show early on was so good, but they this is working out well. Hopefully we get another turn with memory lapse. VV will get a little bit big, and then time spiral should get us to do things. So this is a big hit from Atali, but nothing crazy. The Pentad Prism Lion's Eye Diamond is not the best Atali I've ever seen. Unfortunately, that Lion's Eye Diamond is part of our win condition. I was going to do that. So we just need to untap with all of our infinite counter magic, and we should be able to do well. I don't care what they're getting as long as it doesn't kill Vivi. So right now we're just in protect the queen mode. Opponent has a pretty coherent Grixis deck. Unfortunately, our interaction being on the stack is a little bit more difficult for them. Letting Jace untap is kind of one of those. I'd like to max punish and have, the counter spell and let the Jace live, or vice versa. So I said we need VV to live. This is the last thing they're doing. It's their discard outlet, so this is just game. I still think our deck is pretty good. Okay. We need red. We have preordain. This will work. We'd like to find force too, the way that they're speeding through, but okay. Red land. We'll keep. The chromatic star doesn't trigger expressive iteration the way I'd want, with the ability to get Yuta in. We do have a Tameo. Tameo does make clues, so if we get out a Tameo, that would be better. Yeah. So I'll take the card over shrinking the fairy. This is fine. Mox is perfect. They've done a lot of control getting in. Okay, this is a fine spot to start. But we're basically trying to fade every turn any threat. We have no interaction for sneak. So this is the moto trick of they cast a thing, and now it's telling them waiting for me to um, pay costs, and I am not going to. Even though I have a spell I can cast or an ability I can activate it, it says Schultz Cubed is, waiting to pay costs, and I don't have anything. How bad? Okay, how bad? Memory lapse plus Dak Faden. Okay, it could have been worse. Because Dak will give us another card, or we'll lose the Mox. Interesting choice, letting us keep the Mox. Yeah, our interaction being stack based is disgusting. Um, Hopefully that'll do it for us next turn. We're not so insulated from Emrakul, though. Yeah, big oofs. I won the die roll. I would like to play first. I would like more lands. Sure. Opponent, I've got bad news. My draw card every turn is better than yours. I know that the sequencing there of blue card into blue card means that we can't expressive next turn, but with Tamio, that does not feel like the most pressing issue. Like, sure, my land that draws me two is, or draws me a card is 2 mana instead of 1, but it flips into a planeswalker. So if I'm sitting across the table from this, I am venting just as badly about, oh great, it's Tamio, as I am, oh great, it's Ocelot Pride. Um, a one drop snowball, creature that doesn't die to everything is really annoying. So Narset will lightning rod. Hopefully they devote enough resources. Interesting choice to do that before answering the Narset. Interesting to destroy that instead of attack that. Our opponent is giving us a little bit more wiggle room than we got all of last league. Because I've got Time Twister, I'm okay if they spend their whole turn playing that back. Because I will attempt to league and then double draw to... Oh boy, him's got alligator. Oh, that's such a nice alligator. Can I show chat? Nope. Him doesn't want to show you the alligator. So we know they have Emrakul, so the goal is to just mill myself out here. Okay. We did the thing. Uh, yeah, SSA, we got Emrakul in game two. Yeah, there's definitely some advantages to Moto where it is perfect communication, and I love that. But when you're finalizing, you can say, I've got this, you're dead. And they say yes, because they can't, stall for time and try and win on clock. But once our opponents saw the Thoracle, they were pretty good to concede there. They could have waited until we had, put it onto the stack, but they knew they had Emrakul and we couldn't mill them out. So they needed to see that we had an alternate win con and our deck is just good enough. But this gave me a vintage cube feeling. We'll start the YouTube video there so that way people think I'm actually good at this game. I only played a couple of rounds of this vintage cube. I want to say I did 3 or 4. So I'm not completely familiar with it. The Malevolent Rumble and Town Greeters and Self Mill Synergies is the one that I saw that I was kind of most interested in. They put Fast Bond into Vintage Cube, and it is such a trap for me because I love playing lands. You tell me I can play as many lands as I want, and I'm great. But with like Ice Till and Courser and Crucible, it is pretty reliable. They got rid of Ramonop, which annoying, and brought back Strix and whatever the 3-drop room is. But it's thank you for the follow. Urza's Mistake. Oh, we actually did win a die roll this time. I'm keeping. It is a playlist called Classic, so I assume it is exclusively classic rock. I think that song requests are still an option. So if you want to listen to something else, go ahead and drop in a song request. Um, it's not, I think it's Channel Point Redemption. So Chromatic Star looting into Tameo is fine. Um, we obviously need to hit a land, but this early, there it is. So we were talking about the difference between Signants and Talismans. Signant can't make this play. Talisman allows us to mana fix ramp into Tameo, and that is crazy powerful. I am glad you like Cube. I am a Schultz Cube, and if you come in on Fridays, if there is a vintage cube, I'll probably start. We don't have a structure yet. But doing a structure of like, oh, I'm going to vintage cube once and then play a League of Legacy. Ugh. I've got bad news for you, Tamio. I am not replacing anybody. I am uh, when so before Studio swapped, and I'm going to say we now because I am official. Um, Before Studio Swap, um, one of the things we were trying to do is go daily on streams, and going daily on streams was great. There was a bunch of people. Um, then there became fewer people, and daily streams were not possible. Stream setup didn't exist. Studio didn't exist. And so, as part of the New Year pledge to make sure we get back to daily streams, I said, hey, why don't I pick up Fridays and I will do something sweaty? So, this isn't the sweatiest. This is like me casual is try hard vintage cube. Um, Airball is still here and wonderful. We'll be doing Lotus Field things. My job doesn't require me to work on Fridays, and his job does. So I will be doing Friday streams pretty regular, and then filling in on weekends when um, conventions and things are going around that I am not going to. But no, I am not replacing anybody. And then, so Zombie, you were close. When I was in college, I was doing Rubik's Cubes, so I had Cube on the mind, and my brother and my dad and I were talking about how we could make some extra money, what we could do for a business. And there are three Schultz boys. So it is me, my brother, and my dad. And it's like, oh, we could do. We'll go ahead and fire this off now. We're not forcing, but oh, we did actually get the force too. There's three of us, so it is Schultz 3, Schultz cubed, and I was like, oh, that would be a good name for a business instead of Schultz and Sons is a little bit too old timey a vibe. And so I was like, oh, it's Schultz cubed. And they're like, no, that's stupid. And I was like, well, I like it. And so that became my profile name on a couple of things way back when. But I am very much a cube enthusiast. It came after the name, but I am definitely going to lean into it more because every time there's a cube, I'm like, oh, that's a me. And so Nerd Girl keeps saying like, oh, I built a vintage cube, or I built an avatar cube, and I'm like, oh, a cube. I like a cube. Um, we have way too many cards in hand. Can we cast any cards? Um, Assuming they have nothing, this is lethal. Good boy, Ham. You want to show everybody your alligator? Oh, it's funny on the green screen. Here's a ham, and here's a ham alligator. Do you have a cube SSA? So if we top, we do have to wait a turn. Sorry, that was very not optimal. I was trying to read and think at the same time, and I can do one or two of those. Pauper Cube is great. We were talking Pauper earlier. There's a bunch of fun kind of Pauper archetypes, and the way that cards have been printed recently, the power level of Pauper, like it used to be Pauper Burn and Legacy Burn were about the same power level. You were just missing like Eidolons and Swift Spears, which Swift Spears are now banned in Pauper because they nudged them down in rarity. But there's a lot of fun things to do in Pauper. The Chainer's Edict, right now I think it's in a good spot. I wish that the High Tide debacle didn't happen. I love a High Tide, but I think that it is legacy power level or should be legacy power level. And the fact that it isn't anymore makes me a little bit sad because getting rid of archetypes like Maverick and High Tide, those should be around. You know, you want the four color decks to exist and thrive, and instead forcing everything into um, a stack based removal concept is a little rough. Yeah, DNT as is now is tough to stomach. You know, bashing Batter Skulls into Merit Lages with Stoneforge Mystics, and like that is great. But DNT now is um, two drop into four drop. Now I have the initiative, and it's the card that comes down has to be so much more powerful than Thalia in this day and age that it is tough. But I think we are fine with the way we have built this deck. Yes, so this just captures the entire screen for us. I think that if I wanted to, I could set a window capture to just the play, but there is a little bit different because it is multiple windows. If you do um, OBS for Magic Online versus OBS for Magic Online gameplay window, it does it a little bit differently. Sure. Mono White Initiative is still in Legacy, so you'll see it in the white black or the white red shell. So instead of being Death and Taxes, you're doing Cave of Chaos Adventurer, and White Plume Adventurer got the axe, but the four drop is still there. The cleric thing that is unblockable, which kind of tough. Let's see what we can put under a shell dock. I'm not upset to shuffle those to the bottom. Yeah, vintage mono white is very similar. Moxen replacing some of the things, but you get the way that you used to get sneaky reach on arena. You get the sneaky chancellor triggers, and it is rough. The mono white deck in vintage is powerful, and I'm okay with the way that it is, you know, currently set. Um, that's fine. Now, I've been playing a little bit of the PO deck, and the PO having, it's interesting when you see a non-Lurrus deck that tells you so much in Vintage. So if I'm playing against a non-Lurrus deck and you play any sort of fast mana, I initially have to counter that if I have the read that you're on mono white. Because you play your fast mana before the cavern if you've optimized your sequencing, and then you get a little bit of a boost. So we'll brainstorm here. So we're going to hit our land drops, that's fine. They just tutored up a counter spell. So whatever they're doing slow. And if we get into a counter war and brain freeze just natural, that'd be enough to mill. So you lead on cavern then, SSA? Or are you just joking and stuff? Okay, that's fine then. I never played mono white, but I used to watch a lot of Justin Gennari. I am actually level one, and it was kind of fun to hear him explain why that was better. Correct. In Legacy, Days is a format staple where it is not in Vintage, um, which is fun. I used to like Legacy because there was the fetch land game of I played Wooded Foothills. That meant you knew I was on land. But before, Wooded Foothills got all of your Teamer lands. So in Teamer a Teamer Delver, you'd play Wooded Foothills to tell people you were on lands, even though you were on Delver. And so there's a lot of fun things to do. Um, but now the format is so homogenized with cards. So it is. They had the last ban in Restricted in June, and they said no changes because we are bad at our jobs and we don't know how to play Magic. And I said, oh, that feels wrong. And then nothing changed. Um, we come to the next ban in Restricted, and they said, hey, turns out this is too good. We knew that was too good since 2022. Like, they got with the program, they banned the stuff, and then they banned another card, and they banned Nadu. Nadu, terrible card, design mistake, awful, too bad. It got banned. Don't really care. But it is surprising to me that they banned a card that had less than 4% meta share and not a card that had more than 57% meta share in Tameo. So now, turn one Tameo, you don't know what deck you're playing until turn three because it's any deck that is blue plays Tameo. Some decks are splashing blue to play Tameo, and it's got a lot of Nadu vibes. So, Nadu vibes, Oko vibes, where Splash, Oko, Burn was seeing play because that's the most powerful thing you could do. And now Doomsday Tameo, Doomsday Show and Tell, Doomsday Delver, Doomsday or Tameo Doomsday. It's just there's too much. Yep. This is a weird game. We've been in this holding pattern, and I'm not going to reset their hand because we've kind of gotten up on the card advantage front, but I don't understand. Yeah, we were at the SCG Baltimore, I'm going to say. No, RCDC. I flew into Baltimore. Um, I mean, Ral is still very good. It is um, cards like and draw free or without paying mana cost are insane. And they put those into everything. Um, so Ral has the, oh, you cast a spell, flip it, you can cast X for free. And I'm like, wow, that's so much. So we'll go ahead and destroy this and make you draw two. So we didn't really storm, we just kind of did the thing. Okay, yeah, and so it was at that one. I played an MH2 draft because I scrubbed out, and I picked up a Tameo, a Grist, and like two of the medallions or something. And they just went in a box because the draft was terrible. My pools were awful. And then I was like, oh, Tamio, I should go find that. So this was great. Even if they had an Emrakul or something, the Fairy Mastermind and the Flame give me the draws. But Flame of Anor is awesome tech if you are in a Doomsday kind of meta. Grist is good. They were like nervous and hesitant with Grist when they should have been nervous and hesitant with some of the others as well. Um, they were like, oh, Grist slots so well into the deck with Grist already. Like, okay, well, you have to pay mana and you have to sacrifice a creature and you have to. And they're like, oh, Tamio, yeah, we'll put that in the brainstorm format. I'm like, well, maybe we don't. But Planeswalkers used to be so much fun, and they were overcosted, but you could do something every turn, and it wasn't crazy powerful, and the loyalty was low enough, and um, Cura of the Cura the Crashing Wave was my favorite for the longest time. 4-drop Planeswalker comes down, starts with 2 loyalty, ticks up for 1. That's a Planeswalker. Tamio, Planeswalker, costs 1, comes down for 1, for 2 mana, ticks up for 2. It's like, well, that's a big difference. I was so excited in War of the Spark. They printed out a whole bunch of Planeswalkers. War of the Spark, everybody's dying, it's big fight. Like, great, this is the end of Planeswalkers. I thought they were going to kill it. I thought there were no more Planeswalkers. I was very wrong. They printed Chandra like immediately afterwards, and they're like, oh, haha, joke's on you. And there are Planeswalkers that are fine. I don't like the static ability Planeswalkers, but like the design on Grist was so Grist 1. Okay. Was so good. It is very powerful. It requires a certain deck build. It's everything about it is great. Our opponent's deck is very good. We're going to need a little bit of help. And then they just kind of, ooh, that is not what we needed. Hopefully they take the iteration. I'm something of an ancestral recall myself. So are we going to time spiral before we breach? I think yes. There's our brain freeze, which is rough. I mean, we cast 3 of the same spells, us and the opponent. It's just that being on the play and having the first ancestral is better. I am hoping that they brain freeze us here because I am okay going down on cards, and I would love to memory lapse put brain freeze on top of my deck. That would be fun. This is not allowed. Their deck is geared up very well to just destroy our deck. Well, that sucks. All right, we peel Mox, we cast Narset, life is good. If you're asking me, as to say, I'm an engineer. Except on Fridays. Fridays, I'm here, entertaining you guys. I hope I'm entertaining you guys. No, chemical, specifically paper. I can talk your ear off about everything cellulose based. Hydrogen bonds are incredible. I hate throwing this out here, but I need to keep up mana drain next turn, so. Yeah, so the whole paper process is really interesting. There's a lot of science behind it. I feel like more people need that skill and knowledge set than need the intricacies of how to recycle spent paper machine chemicals. No, thank you. That was about as. That's fine. The certifications are insane. I don't know how hard they are or what the certification you're trying to get is, but some of them are impossible. I was just talking to my neighbor. He's trying to do one for surveying, and it's like 6 years in order to get the certified surveyor. And for engineers, it's like 5. And it's just people are like, oh, law school. Oh, how impressive. Oh, med school. How impressive. Oh, you got a doctorate. It's like, that's just studying. That's not even doing the work and certification like most of the other job requirements are. And it's pretty rough. Okay, I'll take flipped Tamios. Oh, you're not doing it? You killing it? Oh, bummer. That's cheating. I thought they were echoing here. Having Thoracle underneath would be really cool. I'm sitting here thinking, is this lethal? I thought that that would get countered. They're playing scared around something. All right. All the marbles. Match 3. Game 3. Hack the Box sounds like so much fun. I think that back in the XP days, I knew enough that I could understand, but I don't know that I'm there anymore. If there is talk of potential streaming or instructionals, I would love to watch. As long as you speak slowly, like I'm deaf, so that way I can understand what the line is you've taken. Because ever since college, I've been so focused into existing program and modeling. That's right, I model. Industrial numerical modeling, not uh, graphical or physical modeling. What's Greyhack? That doesn't sound good. I don't want people to hack me back. This feels too dangerous. So I'm going to give them one more turn, and then I will play out Talisman. So I made a mistake here. And that mistake is having Mana Drain as my counterspell and not moving into second main phase. So here, if I play Vivi and then counter with Mana Drain instead of Memory Lapse, um, when I go to second main, the Memory Drain will trigger. So if I am a good player, I will wait until second main to cast that spell. So learn from me, play your blue spells right. Um, this is fine. And Subtlety will have very few targets until we get to Thoracle. And Vivi was safe, double protected, got her in through a counter, and then protected her. That's rough. We had built into a spot where Time Twister was very good, and now it is not in our hand. That Thoughtseize has been fantastic for them. Oh, bummer. This is an Oculus. We're going to need something quick. I kept the brain freeze because I thought we had more time. This, removing our VV and playing a threat of this caliper was not on my bingo card. So they'll mill 2 per turn. So we've got 3 turns plus. So we need like an ancestral or a breach here. Otherwise, um, so next turn we take 7 and have to go. All right. Deck, let's see what you got. Okay. That was okay. Our hand is powerful. We just need a little bit more. So this is fine. Right now, my plan is to mill them out. So if they want to draw 6 cards, I'm okay with that. preordain. Okay. How crazy am I to want preordain? If that is my next card, am I happy? I think yes. That sucks so much. What are you talking about? We've got expressive iteration. If we find brain freeze in our top three, or the three after that, we're still good. Okay. So we take a Narset. I did that poorly. So I have a wizard, but the draw comes before the damage. There's no way out of this. Man, the last three mana being available for a Hull Breacher really sunk. Because we'd be two cards in and we could have gone off with Bummer. This is now death. That's a really anticlimactic way to go out. I'm glad that they printed this card though for Commander because it is very fun in my casual three-player pods. That and the Leovold, like just the wheel synergies, good design, top notch. Sprinkling assault. Sucks to lose the trophy on that, but this was at least a better draft. Bummer. Okay, so we've done two vintage cubes. It's sitting in at 6 o'clock. Do we want to do one more cube or a vintage league? We'll stay with vintage for now, but cube or league, I don't know how to do a poll. So just say a bunch of stuff in chat and I'll pick whatever I see the most of. Okay, we will fire off in a minute once the clock strikes 6. HD, you're amazing. Thanks, HD. All right, I got 3 for cube, 1 for vintage. Looks like we'll fire off another cube, so I'll start Q there. And then if we see a big spike, we'll go ahead and move back. But we can only vintage cube today, and we can vintage league whenever. And this fired off pretty quick. So the 3 to 1 night, I will do vintage likely next week. Ooh. But we'll just stick with it today. This is a great pack. Fourth Aerolingus has to be the most powerful card in here. Ooh. So I think fourth is the pick. Other notable options are start leaning very heavy into green with an Elvish Mystic first pick and build out a Green Sun Zenith deck. We've done a lot of blue, so we'll try and stay out of that. Lavamancer and Solitude are good. So hopefully an Air Temple, Solitude, Unholy Heat will come around. But we're going to, first pick gold and see if we don't get rewarded for some Boros nonsense. Speaking of Boros nonsense, I like Stoneforge, Fire Blast, but Phage is really, really hard. So we are, really hard forcing Boros. I think this is the most powerful archetype because all of these cards cost a fifth of what they should. So it doesn't matter if we get ramp or not. This is a little bit less exciting. Epicure and Goblin are the two picks for a Boros deck. Goblins. Oh yeah, we're definitely taking Phage there. I was just looking at other options, but Goblin plays well with Phage and is a you know is this the best Savannah Lions there ever was? Like I don't know that's better than Ragavan, but it is quite good. Plateau is great for our fixing, and Lion Sash and Cathar Commando not the best. Um, I'd be happy with either of them, but I think this early taking Plateau and sending zero Boros signals to everybody is in my best interests. So we'll need some of the small end stuff, but our Boros high is just insane right now. Um, yeah, this is feels good. So we want the Ocelot Prides, the Ajanis, the Guide of Souls, basically that whole modern deck that came prepackaged. Like we'd like that. We'd like some Ragavans. Detective Phoenix gives things haste. I am interested. I am more interested than this than Ranger Captain, but I would take it if it wheels. Am I? I don't think so. I think I am interested in Ranger Captain. So the thought there is the uh, the best thing we can do is get a couple of one drops. So this is a draw two for three, and the cards we want are one drops. This is our only red white card. Palantir is a consideration because we'll be pressuring the life total enough, but Legion Extruder works here. Glorybringer's fine, but we need one drops. Descendant of Storms, Mana Sink, one drop, 2/1. Good Savannah Lions. We need a little bit of early pressure. So Lavamancer and Unholy Heat wield. Do I want the one drop creature or the one drop removal? I think I take the creature and then am sad if I don't get any other outside burn. Okay, so I'm gonna. What about Heat do you like better? It's 1 mana, 2 damage, 1 mana, 2 damage, but a little bit slower. This one repeats. Do you not like the graveyard synergies, or what is it about Heat that you like better than Lavamancer? So what do you want exiled that you don't mind? Okay, it, that I can see. I think that Phage is Lightning Helix at best. Um, so here we've got Appa plus Fire Blast. I'm okay with either. Because we didn't take Airbending Temple, I'm a little bit less on Appa and a little bit more on Fire Blast because we feel aggressive. But a flying 3/4 for 4 that wipes, like, I think this will win us more games than Fire Blast. But we want the aggression. Fire Chief, what does KDH stand for? Is that a town or a location acronym, or is it? Okay, then welcome and thank you. This is fine. Not nothing terribly exciting. So Lava Man and Unholy Heat are the same card. So as we are the same card. As we're playing, we'll bring that up to C. Because I'm not convinced I'm right, but the Lava Man playing on one and not having to clear is good. But if it comes down on two and I need a turn in a time, then that changes. We'll take the Rakdos Theater in case we need. No, we'll take the Fountain. And then we don't want to squee. So this is, spec on fetch. I'm not keeping up with notifications well. Magic Dad's Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Bummer. We are passing an ancestral here, but um, Ragavan is exactly the kind of one drop we want. So hopefully we'll get a Bone Crusher or a Confluence on the wheel, maybe an Oust. But we're starting to get to the point where our one drop slot is good enough. There's a Discharge and a Luris. Um, this means we're not playing Luris as companion. So Galvanic Discharge clears the way. So we're like 3 cards away from this deck being good. Like we want stuff like Inti or Commander Lizard, or like this is Spellbinder and Goldspan are pretty good. I think that the Canyon land fixing is good, and I'd like Arena of Glory to wheel. Yeah, a Johnny would be fantastic. We'd love an Ocelot Pride. But right now we're looking at like, oh, why is our deck good? It's because we're only playing 3 cards that were printed into standard. So I think this is Fear. If we get Hellbent, this is just draw a card, 2 mana. It works well with Phage. Everything about this is fine. Ademi is also pretty decent. I'd rather have the double combat though. So we were looking for things like, oh, it's not Commander, it's MH2. Zerto's okay. I was looking down at my stuff. I was like, oh, Fear of Missing Out doesn't, and Ragavan is an alternative cost, not a mana ability. So if we take the Thrasher here, that'll give us a little bit more, um, because we want this and we want the Clue card. Glorious Plunderer, Sacred Foundry, Council's Judgment, all very good. We are so gold. I'm going to prioritize the land here over the Plunderer. I think that that works. I think I like Burst Lightning over Pyromancer. We've got a little bit of. I like a Mana Tithe, but I think that the land there is so good. I don't know that we can pass up. Um, we can't stumble on our mana. So if we do not have both colors on curve every single time, we're in trouble. I think this is Burst Lightning, but with Seasoned Pyromancer and Fear of Missing Out and Party Thrasher, we are more okay taking some discard stuff because there's a lot of red discard synergies. There's nothing in this pack for us other than Giver of Runes, Bone Crusher Giant Wheels. Epicure right now is our maybe not. So deck is starting to come together. We'll take Aluris. I don't think we're playing it. Arena of Glory on the wheel, fantastic. Other consideration would be Jit. We passed a Stoneforge, so we're not doing anything else with it. But for 4 mana, it does pump and allows us to chump attack. I think Arena is just better. A Demi Wheels. Bronze. I love Jit. The old, Legacy First Strike Jit tricks were so good. And then like the elf interaction of Wirewood Symbiote, Bounce, Stifle DNT, Jit Trigger is so cool. But that doesn't happen anymore. Shieldbreaker Wheel. This is likely sideboard. So is this. So I think the Jit ban was before I started playing. It was definitely before I was aware of ban lists. I knew cards were legal, but I didn't quite understand why and the history back in 14, 15. But Jit makes me very happy, and it's got quite a colorful past. Um, Portable Hole works. Windswept Heath turns on our Hollowed Fountain. Flicker Wisp can blink some of our stuff. There's an Inti. I think I like Inti. Maybe a little bit of fast mana wouldn't hurt. We'll see if this card's any good. So we're doing things right. We need a little bit more. Okay. I think Zealot is the last thing I need to have a little bit of confidence in this deck. So these 7 are staying. Balance is interesting. Jacked Rabbit is awesome. Whenever it comes down, it is a must-answer threat, and we will have a more developed board, so like the cards in the mana don't matter as much. Okay. Both of these seem very good. Magda seems great. Um, okay. So will we get to four more than we will be hellbent? I think yes. I think Chandra is better. I think we're okay on twos. Like we don't have anything crazy, but we'll be hellbent less than we'll be at four looking for something to do. We're pretty light on removal. It's reach, it's burn. Luminarch is perfect. Yeah, there's nothing else here for us. Elegant Parlor, Goblin Bombardment. We don't really go that wide, but if we flip a there's still a few shots left for an Ajani. Goblin Bombardment just plays so well, but I will take the duel to make sure that our colors are good. Tarfire is a tough pass, but um, if there was a Monstrous Rage deck, it is this one. Leyline Binding, we don't really have enough colors for, so we'll Rage and then see if it's good enough. Um, Aang's Iceberg, I don't know that we're playing. I don't know that we're playing Council's Judgment, but it's the best thing for us. Okay. Flicker Wisp seems worse than Walking Ballista in our deck. And we're not in pods. I don't have to hate draft crazy. Enduring Innocence is curious. I think I'd rather Mother. Yeah. Mom works. Mind Collapse, I think I'm taking sideboard over balance. Perfect. I love a Magda. This is great. All right. Our deck is good. Let's figure out what our cuts are. So, how good is Legion Extruder? We have nothing else to sacrifice to it except clues. And then, depending on what we see, we've got plenty of removal that we don't have main. So, these are our cards that are they better than anything else? I think we've got a bunch of low level stuff with Fire Blast and Phage. Gut isn't great in our deck. Because best case we're sacrificing treasures. But this looks good. And we'll keep our mountains over. So we've got 913. 913 sounds okay. We have nothing double white except for Ranger. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 mountains. That's okay. 11 mountains for Fire Blast seems great. So this isn't as cute. We won't do as many fun things, but this should get us there. As long as we see cards that we picked in this draft. And, you know, winning a die roll would be nice. I think we lost the game we won the die roll in last match, though, so we can't complain too much about it. But with this deck, it is very important that we get out to a fast start and we win the die roll. Snake in a blender. Is that like the Timu version of the Toy Stories? There's a snake in my blender. So that's one of the movies that I know but I've never seen, and it is hilarious to me that it exists. Yeah, that movie got a little bit ridiculous. I like snakes. I don't mind planes, but like that one clip feels like it sums up so much. What was the shoot? I just saw the movie recently. Um, it was a 1934 black and white film about an airplane that had a crash landing, and it's what the movie Airplane was based off of. And the name is escaping me. Names I'm not great with. Um, so if we play at a Magic tournament, I know what deck you played, I know what your twists and turns were, but I don't know what your name was. Zero Hour. So I watched Zero Hour when I was home for Christmas with my family, and it was fantastic. Um, what else did I watch? Another original remake of The Store on the Corner, which is the um, You've Got Mail. So 30 years ago, they made a movie that they had made 30 years prior to that. And that's what I watched when I was home for Christmas. It was great. Um, but the Okay, it looks like our opponent is actually taking some time, but so the movie opens and it's the store. There's these people, they're working there, And a woman comes in, asks the guy who's working at the store, says, "Hey, how much is this belt in the window? The one that says 294." And the guy walks outside, points at the belt. He says, "This one says 294." She goes, "Yeah." He says, "That's 294." She goes, "Oh, that's way too much," and leaves. And it made me so happy. I thought that was the funniest thing in the world. Um, because like that was, hey, Squeeman. Uh, that is exactly the way the world works. Like that was 45 years before the internet was invented by Al Gore. They made that joke, and it's 60 years later, still holds up. All right, that changes our clock. We've got to go faster. So I think I'm getting greedy. I think my play is Jacked Rabbit this turn, and then attack with Jacked Rabbit, Monstrous Raged. I think that this looks like Reanimator, and I think I'm facing down a troll soon. Bronze. That is awful. I hate that. People are. It's amazing. Right now, I'm doing work and I'm doing water connections, and somebody will call in and say, "Hey, I'd like to do a water hookup." And it's like, "Where?" I'll do the engineering. We'll make sure. Okay. Um, I'm okay with this, and they refuse to give an address, and they're like, "You can't tell me if there's water there." And I'm like, "It's pipes. It's not like on the ground. It's not elevation, and it is really tough." I missed your. Okay, so Squeeman, yes, we are playing Vintage Cube. It is not the sweatiest. It's about as casual as sweaty as we can, but it's an occasional treat because it's not always available. And then Marx Brothers are amazing. In high school, that was my senior quote was, uh, "I intend to live forever or die trying," which is a funny thing. I still quote the, "He can't fool me. There's no sanity clause." Like the Marx Brothers are fantastic. I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How it got in my pajamas, I'll never know. Like it's just so priceless. All right, so are we chump attacking Jacked Rabbit into Troll? I think yes. Um, that'll give us instant creature. So I'm playing Fear Pitch Land. Interesting. That puts him to 10 and gives us 4. 10 puts us to 4. Discard Elegant Parlor. I can't discard Elegant Parlor. Have to discard Party Thrasher then? No, it is the Parlor, and we play the Thrasher the following turn. Um, if we fire blast, is that enough? Because we'll get in for 5, 6, 7. Well, this has convoke, so we can. Right, so this is just 7 free damage. So even if this is like consult into time walk into like we are still in a pretty good spot. I don't know that they can afford to life there. So they've got some pretty big things. So I think I do want the iceberg and the judgment over a burst lightning, over a burst lightning, over a discharge. Maybe I don't want the iceberg because ETBs. I think this looks okay. That Jackrabbit play wasn't as good as I think I thought, but it still got us there. The Convoke was nice. The 4 bodies was great. And I think that, with the exception of 1 damnation and 1. What's the 3 drop? Drown. That is pretty good. We need another land, but with Ragavan, I'm for sure keeping this. Not Drown in Sorrow, right? The pay X life, creatures get -X. Toxic Deluge, Knight of Bawa, thank you. You guys are great. When I lived alone in Texas, I streamed a little bit of Legacy, mostly challenges and stuff. And uh, when I was on the weekends playing the big challenges, I would stream, and I would get like 3 viewers, and one of them is my opponent. So streaming to not my opponent and having the interaction is amazing. So not only are you guys awesome, but like the interaction makes this so much fun. Oh no, I can't play it. So we trade Ragavan Monstrous Rage for their full hand. So they get to keep 2 cards. They want to discard some of them. But I think that we will Monstrous Rage. And they saw Monstrous Rage last time. They might be afraid. I think this is right. Because even if we Monstrous... Oh, Mark doesn't tweet. Thank you for the resub. 32 months. Whee! All right, let's... Leroy. Because this is... bad. Okay. So we know we're getting a land next turn, but we'd like to get the Sun's Glory out as kind of the end-all be-all. That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of lifelink. So this now has to be Chandra. So our options are attack, give up Chandra, or make them exile some cards to kill Chandra. I think we need the damage. Although missing the land and having the Soul Ring mana ramp interaction threat is a little bit rough. So our chances of winning this game are slowly going away. Oh, gee. Player or Planeswalker draw a card. I thought that was going to save us a card draw. Okay, so all we need now is mana. So Knight, you won. So I think we're just passing here, and I will trade across. That is pretty nasty. Wow. I think that if I'm the opponent, you have to be a little bit more disciplined there. Like, I will eventually cast a spell, and being able to. Okay, if they had that in hand, then this is fine. Okay, so we're pretty far behind. Let's see if commander cards can save us. So if we kill this, we take 9, 10, 11, 12. So I think we're going to 1. So infecting commander is something that I've heard makes people very salty. You are a good guy. Do you find that when you play your Atraxa Infect deck, people are upset about it? Or you called it a money pod. Um, so not CEDH, but still with money on the line. How does that work at an LGS? Yeah, so I think our stumble was just a little bit too slow into a Soul Ring start. So we'll be on the play. We have a Black Lotus. The Ragavans getting stifled on the play, I think, is what lost us that game. But I like everything we've done as far as deck construction goes. And so the rules there are it's like all bracket 4, no bracket 5, no CEDH. That's good. We had a game nights group, me and my friends, back when I lived up north, and it was three of us, and all the time we started metagaming against each other, and getting to play with Veggie. It's wild because I always assume every spell I cast resolves because they didn't play very many counter spells. Chat, this looks good. Wow, that is rude. All right, one down, two to go. But that play group up north was amazing. If you play with the right people, it doesn't matter. Like we had, you know, high four level Niv Mizzet deck versus the, um, you know, $25 budget, and it was understood, and there was very little salt. The only thing that I ever did that was like bad, like it was a Shieldred Tegrid player, a Niv Goshintai player, and then me with the hodgepodge. But it is well within my likings to do a Villainous Wealth deck. So slow ramp Villainous Wealth is a lot of what I'd like to do. This seems good. A little slow, but at least we won the die roll in our aggressive deck. I thought the Expedition Flooded Strands were like hundreds. Masterpieces? Expeditions. So we can lead on Jackrabbit here or hold up Bone Crusher. I think I want to hold up Bone Crusher and bolt play into Chandra. I'm not sure if our opponent meant to sacrifice that land, but that feels tough. So this is cute. That's sweet. One of the things I like about playing some of the older formats is the cards don't rotate, so you get to play with them for a little bit longer. So people accrue. Beautiful decks, and I've seen a couple of EDH decks like that. So I'm still putting the counter here. We get max punish, but opponent seems to be moving at a different pace. Oh no, we only get one? Ugh. I thought we got two. That's the other one. Shoot. I meant to get Ragavan there, so that is a fairly large punt on me. Ugh. Do they sell foiled? So we went from being like unbeatable to getting completely stomped. Okay, wow. When you said, "Oh, I've got a foil," I didn't know that they sold them, and so I was thinking, did you do that? Is that a thing? Those have to be nice. Is there a what's the best Discord channel for that? Um, let's think. So they're coming in for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 next turn. We're going up to 13. So we need a bunch of blockers and stuff. So this can be a Demi plus Chandra kill. And I think I am a Demi chump because this plus that is lethal. Yeah, I wasn't sure if share your deck is lists because I've seen a lot of links in there, but if you wanted to post some pictures, that would be kind of a fun place to show off. So this is 5, 6, 7, 13. Well, we got bailed out, but oh, I guess that does the same. I do not think we want to change anything. Legion Extruder might be a consideration. What special printing is that much? Yeah, we'll run it back like this. I think we're okay. Oh, okay, okay. The whole deck. I was like, I know some cards have got like schmancy editions, like the Painter Servant and stuff, but Kozilek, that's not a $3,000 card. Nobody's trading Tabernacles for Kozileks. Yeah, I like this. I think they are supposed to block there. That explains why they didn't. That is sweet. Do you play different decks on different mats? That's nice. One of the guys I work with, I hope he's cool with me telling this story, has um, custom 3D printed deck boxes on theme for each of his decks. And I enjoy the game. Arena versus Moto, I love Moto because this is the game. This is very clear. There's no like, oh, I didn't click on the TV, so there was a glare and it looked like there wasn't a card in hand. So for me, it's the game. And I play the game and I build the deck and I think I did something fun. And he's got the right art in the right deck box with the right color sleeves and the right deck box. Oh, it is awesome. So a lot of respect for. So this is Grim Lavamancer over Unholy Heat. SSA was calling out that Unholy Heat would be better. Right here, it would have been because I could have answered the Thalia. It is possible. If I did describe you, you know what I look like, and I'm not going to dox you, but different guy at work has a 3D printer that's got a busted motor and a busted screen. And so I'm going to go up on Sunday to take a look at that. And I might have a 3D printer here soon. It's one of the Ender 3s, which I think is a pretty good one. Yeah, it's going to be like $25 plus the parts that I've priced out. It's going to be $50, and it'll be um, motor and electronics. When I was in college, I made fun money, spending money, doing iPods and phones. So small electronics is um, something I've got in my wheelhouse. So we'll get Phage this turn, but they've got a full grip, and we are a goose egg empty. So we'll also steal the Monarch back from them, which is nice. That was cute. Ooh, I botched that. That was a mistake. I was supposed to attack with Grim Lavamancer 2 to take the Monarch. So we should have one more card here, and then one more card next turn. Ah. So they're out of library, so all they have is Monarch for now. But 2 cards in this matchup goes a long way. So Grim Lavamancer did nothing, and we would have gotten in a little bit of chip damage and had the Monarch if we had... We wouldn't have gotten the Monarch because it wouldn't have been in play. Okay. So we'll get our lizard. Oh, they pathed the lizard. Okay. The burst lightning was a nice pickup too. We should be able to wrap this one up here pretty good. Because if this is Phage kill, we've got attack, kill, Phage, burst. That sentence devolved very quickly. I just started saying words. That felt like a Michael Scott moment. Because they have to get rid of Giver, so this has to be Failure unless they've or Flage unless they have something better. Oh, hello, Ham. Oh, you're all cold. Yeah, Broach. I think that the seller is somebody I trust, and a nice little motor swap would do well. Screen swaps were like what I made my...
How's it going?
Great.
Are we winning?
We're doing better, but we're not doing anything fun. We're playing Boros, which
Hey,
is
Boros is great fun.
um, none of the cards that we're playing are real Magic cards. We're like, okay, well, we have Phage and Giver of Ruins and, Boros Angel plus Boros Lord of the Rings, and it's not vintagey.
What's your record?
This one I am 1-0 currently, and it looks like we'll be able to pick up this game, but this is League 3.
Okay.
So, but it is Boros Mirror because that is the, easiest way to play and win in Vintage Cube is the Phage, the fourth Aerlingus, what is the last thing?
Well, when you're done, we'll figure out dinner.
Sounds good. We should be wrapping up here about an hour.
Bye, chat.
So they'll go to 17. We'll kill this. Okay. So do we offer the trade? Perfect. That'll do it. All right. So one more for a trophy. This could be their own fourth. 3, 6, 7. So if they throw this here, that'll deal 7 damage. And then we've got all right. Let's see if we can't end this one. Yes. But if they had like a solitude or something that interrupts, I suppose, what's the optimal? Can we return to game? So we've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it'd been 16 damage with fourth. So is there a interrupt? Hey, Jesus, I am doing well. It's good to see you in chat. All right, let's celebrate the fact that we won a die roll. I think this is the second one on the night. This one's going great. So to dash or not to dash? I think I don't want to dash. Boo! Boo, opponent! Boo! Yeah, finding an opponent with force is crazy. If we were on the draw, then they're stern scolding our Ragavan anyway. But um, that was rough. Yeah, we have hit with the monkey twice, and it was a land both times. So Ragavan has connected 3 times and found Swamp, I believe, Island. And they had a Mox. We could have gotten a Mox. Well, it looks like having a force on the draw, I mean, just bummer of a birthmark. So they picked up the historic card, not the draw card. So if we play gut and then attack, we can get in for 4 menace. And then we can play fear of missing out, loot I think that's the line, is we're going to try and cross the finish line with Menace. Wow, double force. So they picked up the... Wow. All right. And now they get Harvester. Gee. So I was feeling really good about a turn one Chandra, and opponent just said, hold my beer. Which is very rude. I'm going to drink that beer in just a minute. But if those are the threats, then Discharge and Lavamancer come out. We want a Council's Judgment and a Cathar Commando. No. We'd rather a Shield Breaker than a Cathardo. Man, that was such a strong start to end up that poorly, but nobody gets double force. So Harvester of Mysteries is our new kind of threat we have to watch out for, but Mom into Pass into Flash, like this is a pretty decent start, much slower. God. But that's the when you want to play in pod is because I know that I'm not playing against the Boros Mirror. I'm not playing against, you know, 8 forces mocks. Like I don't want. I enjoy the in pod, or I need everybody to get a whole lot better really quickly. And if a solution is, well, why doesn't everybody just? Then it's not a solution. Is this Dismember? Oh, no. There's some sort of reanimator thing. Got it. Bone shards. That's fine. All right. We got it off, so even if we lose, I'm not going to die salty. Because destroy target creature or planeswalker, they took care of Mom instead of Chandra. Should have played the land first. Didn't matter. So we spent 2 cards to deal 2 damage. So if they kill it now, we are still down on cards. So that's probably a moment where we could have stopped and thought about sequencing. Knowing we had the phage and knowing that they are chocolate block full of forces, is it worth making sure that the phage is or the phage resolves before deciding whether to plus Chandra or minus her? I think that I should have phaged and then, if that didn't resolve, done the Chandra minus. But right now we've got a Chandra on 7, and we're getting ready to goblin. So we've kept up with them this game because we drew a land, and monkey didn't draw or fix their. Okay, one game for all the marbles on the draw. Can we Lotus Chandra one more time? So they got Mox both games, so I don't feel bad about getting Lotus both games. So we'd like to fade some forces and get a little aggro. I think after this one, I'm going to call it quits here. I know we're just shy of 8, but there's talking about food, and I'm getting a little hungry. So after this one, we'll wrap it up. But thank you guys for hanging out, YouTube folks. Much appreciated. Hopefully, you skipped through the first couple and got to see a little bit, but we did get better on the night. So 0-2-3, hopefully. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Jesus. This guy's, blue black, I am so sick of. It was the best deck in standard forever. It was the best deck in legacy forever. The Lurrus shell in vintage I think is fine because the black and white are splashes for Lurrus, and so it's more of a fair basis. And the stuff that you're trying to do, that there's trying to stop you from doing as the most fair deck, is really insane. So if you're trying to do something that oppressive, that powerful, that high octane, force is okay. The only thing that gets him out of there is force, and then by the time we had a shot, second force, just like super brutal. So they're looking at a hand for a while. So it looks like their hand is off balance. And so the test of how good is a deck before the mulligan rules changed to make it so that way every consistent combo based synergistic deck of fast mana plus undercosted bomb existed. The consistency of I've got 8 cards. So right now we've got a bunch of Savannah Lions. Ragavan's the best one. It generates some treasures. But we've got a few others and a couple of moms. So having double mom, Savannah Lions, redundancy on one, and building into a curve is important. And having the London Mole be this hodgepodge of we're going to force in everything until Dredge, Karn, or Dredge, Tron combo is so good is a little bit rough. Um, when Ponder is too slow for Legacy, there's a problem. And you get preordained back in Modern and nobody's playing it because you don't have that kind of turn. You need to set up your opening hand, and the conversation about that in Vintage is fine, but in on Modern and Standard of okay, I have my monument, my talent, and I'm good to go, it gets a little bit old a little bit quick. So I was sitting here thinking opponent might be, looking at an off base hand, and we can punish that, being the aggressive deck, Boros being, synonymous with the mono red pressure of burn. As I say, are you talking the prowess with cutter? Okay. The list that I was seeing for, um, let's see what the MTG Goldfish looks like. While our opponent is giving us a little bit of extra time. Let's see, popular decks metagame for modern. Okay, so the Teamer Prowess deck with Cutter is playing it, but for um, Goldfish, it's not until you get down to 2.3% for the last 60 days. So what I was saying, it doesn't see play like Boros, Energy, Ruby Storm, Affinity, Jeskai Blink, Eldrazi Tron, Esper Blink, Domain Zoo, Neobrand, Ramp, Eldrazi Ramp, Amulet Titan, Belcher, Yawgmoth, all come in. Like Goryo's Vengeance doesn't play it. And so if the, Esper combo deck doesn't have time to set up, it needs, you know, Solitude Psychic Frog. It can't take a turn off to curve. So I think that the you are right. It's a lower meta percentage than I think, but in prowess it is one half plus draw card. So the card is being seen not for its card selection and setup, but for being a spell to trigger Cutter as well as being a spell that draws a card. Thank you for the follow, Fenster. Almost went for Feaster. Joke's on him. I will take the trophy. I mean, Clock Delta is great. Oh, Tarbeast. Thank you. I did not see. Sure. I think I am not afraid of Force. I should be, but I am definitely going in for Lotus Max fourth. Or, well, I will fourth first. But, well, Lotus first, then fourth. Third base. So next week we have Vintage Cube as an option. If we're looking at doing this again. Would you guys like to see more vintage cube, some vintage leagues, or as we're trying to do sweaty things, do you want to see some standard? I'm probably not doing. Um, is it um, is it grandma in standard? Just because the micro decisions of that deck don't play well to my. Lotus won the Pioneer Challenge. Oh, next weekend's the Pioneer Metagame Challenge. I wouldn't be opposed. I'm not as well versed in the Bant deck, which I think is better, but than the blue green, which is hilarious with our uh, preference being, oh, I think Bant in standard is better. No, I think you blue green is. Well, I think blue green is better in. Uh, well, I guess we agree in Pioneer, so it's not as funny. The longer our opponent waits, the more. And Atlanta starts on a Friday, SSA. Okay, in that case, we'll run Eternals. I wish they didn't start on a Friday. I know I get them off now, but for a while I couldn't do them because I can't take time off work. Opponent, you're gonna want to have kept that. I think I actually do burst the Tameo here, cut them off a clue, get in an extra point of damage. I think they're far enough behind that they have to. And pre-combat for trample. Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess that works out too. The meta might shift. I was thinking that for if everybody who is playing standard and can go to that event will, there will be more people that would be interested in non-standard left. So our residual attendance would be better spent on. Doing Vintage Cube, and then after that, it's still standard season, so we can probably play some of the. So they'll get the Monarch, but I think we got enough value out of it that we're good. Correct, Jay. Right now I get off on Fridays, so it will be most every Friday. Sometimes I'll be out of town, and then it'll be either extended through a weekend, depending on what a stream shift looks like for the rest of the crew, and very rarely will be on earlier days in the week because I have occupied with my job. Yeah, this is a tremendous amount of viewers. We started in about 30 or so right off the bat, and then really just thrilled with the continued attendance. Because they have force, I'm going to continue playing it slow and just force them to answer stuff slowly. Now, I'm not an expert, but I like my position here. We are going to slow roll the Fire Blast. It is a little bit rude, but if it's Force of Negation in hand and they didn't counter Chandra, it's unlikely, but they would have to, Time Walk, Flip Jace, Time Walk into Lotus Threat, reanimate something, Harvester. Like, that still doesn't play around Fire Blast. So they need too much for us to commit anything. And I think they agree. So a little bit of growth on the night, 0-3 into 3-0. But thank you guys for sticking it out. We're going to go ahead and close out. YouTube folks, do what I did in draft 3, not what I did in draft 1. If you're going to play for trophies, Boros is about as easy as it gets. Our tier 2 deck was pretty good. The Whole Breacher was just a rough hate card for our opponent to have. And then Boros, obviously, easy peasy. So if you see a card with a commander symbol, it is incredible in Cube. But there's like 3 or 4 that are traps because like Epicure and stuff are real cards. But Vintage Cube is an absolute blast no matter what version it is. You've got 13 days left on this one. So hopefully you learned something from here and can check on out. So YouTube folks, thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you next time.